Okay, here we go. This is the start of the show. Welcome if you're just joining in. Tonight we've got a long project. We're going to be imaging M24 all night long. Of course, we've got about 45 minutes before we get to complete astro dark here. Um, so these first images of it are not going to be too good, but we still got to do some focusing and get everything ready to go. So the project we're working on tonight is the Sagittarius star cloud M24, and within this star cloud there's an O3 nebula recently discovered by a guy named Bray Falls, where he had to do an extremely long exposure of O3 in order to bring this data out. There's been, people have been imaging this star cloud for decades now. Nobody's ever noticed this nebula that's buried within the cloud. Uh, but Brayfall is one of those guys. He pointed his scope in the sky and he decided to take that super long exposure and spend all of his time on it, and it rewarded him. Uh, he has discovered several O3 nebulas. That seems to be his specialty. Now, I gotta see what angle the camera was at. 36 degrees, I think. 6.5. So we got to make sure that we match the rotation at 36 degrees. Hopefully I can do that. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and slew the M24. Let's see how high in the sky it is. I don't want to point at a mountain. Okay, we are right in the imaging area where I want to be. As long as it's above 20 degrees, I'm happy with it. But we get our best images when it's up here within this 2 hours next to the meridian. This is the view from the guide scope and guide camera. It's going to be a little bit fuzzy because it's still not quite dark out. And flight solve is going to fail because we are not currently focused, so I'm going to cancel that. We know we're slewed there, we're pointing at stars, so let's go see if we can way out of focus. 1750, let's try this. Don't remember what my focus number for this filter was, but we should be getting close to it. I can see little halos here and there where there should be stars. When you're that far out of focus, they just turn into big halos. Position. Okay, yeah, we were way off there. Let's go to. Let's just go right there. Hey, there we go. We got something resembling stars. We're still a bit off. Let's see. 70. just gonna try to get this somewhat relatively close to focus, and then I'll run it through the autofocus routine to get it perfect. May have to fine-tune the collimation a little bit. I did take the scope off of the mount to put the SE5 on, and I put it back on. I did go through a collimation process, but it might be off a little bit. Oops. I know why it's doing that. I had my guide scope is set up. This was calibrated on the other telescope, so I'm gonna have to recalibrate this so that it moves in the right direction and guides properly. That's what was causing our stars to go wonky there. So what this is doing is it's tracking these stars, and it is currently slowly moving the telescope in one axis to see which direction the star will move. Then it's currently moving east, so it will know that this direction is east and west, and then this direction will be north and south. Hey, AZ, how's it going, man? I seen you had some great skies over there. We're going to be setting up on a very long exposure tonight. The video is not going to be all that exciting. It is narrow band image, so we cannot live stack that at all. So tonight, the most we're going to see is 3-minute exposures, and then before I go to bed at midnight, I will process some of this data and see what we can pull out of it. There's a satellite. All right, man. Thanks. I really appreciate all the support you give. I put out a new YouTube short around 7 o'clock, a couple hours ago, and it hasn't gotten a single view yet. YouTube, when I first started doing shorts, they would show it to at least 1 to 2,000 people is what they were showing it to, and I would average about 500 to 1,000 views in the first hour. Now they don't show it to anybody. Let's see if we can get this thing focused. Hopefully I'm not going to have to mess with collimation tonight, because that can be kind of a pain. .03, that looks pretty good. some of these stars have some little bit of nebula stuff around them. There's going to be a little bit of halo-ish stuff when shooting an O3. But in general, the shape looks pretty good. Let's take a little bit longer exposure and see if it still holds up. Let's save this. We'll save an exposure here and open it up in ASTAP, image stacking and processing software. And we'll see if we have any, it will show any really bad tilt issues or anything like that. Degrees. It looks like I'm going to have to turn it a little bit. Yeah, it's about 10 degrees off. HFR numbers look good, so and there is a tiny bit of tilt here. It's pretty mild. Turn the camera a bit. Find my screwdriver. counterclockwise. 10 degrees. Yeah, YouTube is getting pretty bad now. But yeah, I'm thinking about trying to multi-stream or use. I think Streamlabs can help me stream the Rumble, Facebook, and some other platforms. All right, come on, 36 degrees. Close enough. I'll take it. Alright, we got 10 to 15 minutes before we get total darkness. Might as well start taking images though. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'm trying to get out on the Facebook and some of these, beginner groups that are on there for the new people. I'd like to get new people in here, so great place to ask questions live and get live answers. Well, how many times I see people, asking for, what's a great beginner setup or a good budget setup or. Hey, EJT. I don't know how to pronounce that. I probably just butchered that. I'll just call you T. Nice cat. And we're off. There's my spoiled little brat. She was rescued by a friend of mine at work out of an ice storm from a couple years ago, or last year, I think. one of the only cats I've ever had that will play fetch. She's got these little bouncy balls that I throw, and every time I throw it, she'll grab it and bring it back. I wouldn't doubt it if they were spies. I mean, this cat stares out into space all the time. I think I got ghosts in my apartment. This is the first bit of this data that I collected. It's a little bit cropped. Um, it's not the full frame, but you can just barely see the nebula that I'm trying to chase for. And this is, I think it's 3.5 hours of O3 data. But right in here, there is this extremely light blue streak right here. And that will be, let me pull up the a good image of it. So this is the guy who discovered this nebula, and that little blue streak that we're looking at is right here. So it took him hours to collect this. I mean, hours upon hours upon hours, with both an O3 HA and RGB filters, because he is using a monochrome camera. So his O3 data, he has a 3 nanometer bandpass, which is a little bit narrower than mine. He's got 10, almost 11 hours. The hydrogen alpha, he's got 4 hours. And then the RGB is going to be, that's just a few hours. But these two filters will be longest. I'm planning on catching at least 12 to 24 hours of O3 data. That's a nice image of it with the stars removed. So this is the tiniest little bit of it that I've gotten right there. And that is right there. So I've got a ways to go, but it will be rewarding. This is what the O3 image will look like once I collect all the O3 data and put that together, just that together. He's got this with, he added in the stars into this. So he added in the full color stars. That hydrogen hydrogen alpha is that's I think they knew about part of that already, but I don't think it was completely discovered that it was this big. This is also a much wider field of view than what we're seeing. My image is going to be just this section of it right here. Oh. Ah, that was loud. Freaking Amber Alert. Where the hell did the notification go? It just disappeared. All I did is touch it and it disappeared. Well, who cares about it now? Guiding. Better star. Looks like my guide scope is a little bit out of focus, which is okay. That shouldn't hurt it too bad. Put the thumbs down on these because most of these images are not going to be quite dark enough for me. It's just now getting the astro dark. I love cats so much better than dogs. Dogs are so much work. Oh, all I gotta do is feed you and scoop your poop. Ow. Sit up here. Looks like if we go all night long, we're gonna end up with about 6 hours of exposure tonight. Hopefully we can get a full 6 hours. We're probably gonna end up with about 5 hours after we throw out frames that are bad. This is the starless version of the first bit of this O3 data that I caught. If you look very closely, you can barely see the little strands that look like lightning there. This is what the raw O3 data stack looks like before you process it. So this is right after stacking. As you can see, this is the darker edges around the edge are from where the guiding error is, where it drifts a little bit. Do a little quick process on this and see if I can do anything with it. Actually, don't want to take all the green out. I'm not going to do that actually. All I would do is convert the image to a grayscale image. Now we can edit the data. Stretch it to the max. Doing this will bring out a bunch of noise, but it might bring some of that detail out. You can just barely see them. And that is why nobody has discovered that. All these years, people been imaging this. And it was only discovered like, I think 6 months ago or so. Took some good images on my last stream with the 5SE, my Celestron telescope, which that is at 1300 millimeters of focal length compared to, we're at 361 right now. There's the Ring Nebula, a planetary nebula, the Dumbbell Nebula, and this is M20. And to compare that M20 to Actually, let's compare the dumbbell nebulas. That's a better comparison. So this is 360 millimeters of focal length versus 1300. So this is a much closer view. This is a Newtonian, so we have little diffraction spikes and stuff. Stars are not quite as sharp in this telescope. This is an SCT telescope, Schmidt-Cassegrain. So the stars are going to be nice and perfectly round, no diffraction spikes or anything like that. Really good color, but however, this is an f10 telescope, and this is an f2.8 focal ratio. So this telescope takes a much longer time to gather data than this one does. This is a composed image of the M16 nebula, the Eagle Nebula, also known as the Pillars of Creation. This image is hydrogen alpha data, O3 data, and full color data all mixed together. It's about a total of 6 hours of exposure. This is running along nice and smooth. Sky is slowly getting darker. So I'm gonna grab me a kickstart. So I got some energy. And then here about midnight or so, before I go to bed, I'm gonna add some of this data with some of the other data that we just looked at, and add it together and see if we can pull a little bit more out of it. If you're just joining in, the imaging we are taking tonight, or the project we are working on, is we're trying to achieve this image right here. Um, this image belongs to Bray Falls. It's a newly discovered nebula. I think he discovered this about 6 months ago or so. But the data we're collecting right now is these blue streaks in here, and all of this, everything you see that is blue is what we're collecting. This is a wider field view of what we are taking right now. My camera is about this field of view, it's kind of this corner of it right here. This little dark cloud right here and this cloud are in the picture right here. This is that dark cloud, and this is the cloud. You can barely see it right here, and those blue streaks are coming through here, and that one red streak, red and blue streak, is coming right here, and that thing that looks like a dragon claw is right here. So this is going to take several nights of imaging in order to get those kind of details out of this image. So this is going to be the largest project I've ever attempted. We're looking at, I'm going to try to collect close to 40 hours of exposure time. Just with this filter here, we are going for 12 to 24 hours worth of exposure time for this. Tonight I have 6 hours worth of dark sky, so that means we're probably going to get about 5 hours worth of exposure tonight. So I've got about 4 or 5 more nights just on this filter. Then we got to switch filters. We're going to get at least 12 hours of the hydrogen alpha, the red filter, which will bring in all of this red stuff here. This will be out of frame, unfortunately. I think my frame ends right around here. And then we will catch it in full color so we can get the stars in with it. This image has had all the stars removed. I actually don't care for removing all the stars. I like to have some of them under there. I wish he would have left the star cluster in here. It would have been a little bit nicer with that star cluster. And a few of the brighter stars would be nice. There it is with the stars. With most of the stars, not all of them. It looks like he's got some of them pulled out, or its stars are reduced. He's pulled out really good detail in these darker clouds and stuff. I won't really get the dark contrast between the clouds because I'm going to need to get the hydrogen alpha data before I really pull out those clouds. What I'm going for here is strictly all of this blue stuff. I hope they don't copyright strike me by showing his copyrighted image. I'm sure he's not going to mind that I show off of his image. Not printing it, not monetized, you're making any money on it, so uh, that goes to fair use.
This includes physically testing and employing modeling and simulation to validate our analyses and underlying theories, then peer reviewing those results within the U.S. government, industry partners, and appropriately cleared academic institutions before reaching any conclusions. I should also state clearly for the record that in our research, ARROW has found no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity off-world technology.
Bullshit.
The known laws of physics. In the event sufficient scientific data were ever obtained that a UAP encounter can only be explained by extraterrestrial origin, we are committed to working with our interagency partners at NASA to appropriately inform U.S. government's leadership of its findings. For those few cases that have leaked to the public previously and subsequently commented on by the U.S. government, I encourage those who hold alternative theories or views to submit your research to credible peer-reviewed scientific journals. ARROW is working very hard to do the same. That is how science works, not by blogs or social media. We know that there is tremendous public interest in UAP and a desire for answers from ARROW. By its very nature, the UAP challenge has for decades lent itself to mystery, sensationalism, and conspiracy. For that reason, ARROW remains committed to transparency, accountability, and to sharing as much with the American public as we can, consistent with our obligation to protect
Bullshit.
methods, but U.S. and allied capabilities. However, ARROW's work will take time if we are committed to doing it right. It means adhering to the scientific method and the highest standards of research integrity. It means being
let me turn that up.
It means withholding judgment in favor of evidence. It means following the data where it leads, wherever it leads. It means establishing scientific peer-reviewed theoretical underpinnings of observed data. And ARROW is committed to all of those standards. I'm proud of ARROW's progress over the last 9 months. Much remains to be done, but the hard work is underway. Thank you for your continued support. And before we turn to questions, I'm going to walk you through some of our analytical trends and a couple of cases that we've prepared.
Oh, this should be interesting.
So one of the things that ARROW does is high integrity analysis, as I've said. This chart represents the trend analysis of all the cases in ARROW's holdings, right, to date. What you'll see on the left is a histogram of all of our reported sightings as a function of altitude. So most of our sightings occur in the 15 to 25,000 foot range, and that is ultimately because that's where a lot of our aircraft are. On the far right upper corner, you'll see a breakout of the morphologies of all of the UAP that are reported. Over half, about 52% of what's been reported to us are round or spheres. The rest of those break out into all kinds of different other shapes. The gray box is essentially there's no data on what its shape is. Either it wasn't reported or the sensor did not collect it. The bottom map is a heat map of all reporting areas across the globe that we have available to us. What you'll notice is that there is a heavy, what we call collection bias, both in altitude and in geographic location. That's where all of our sensors exist. That's where our training ranges are, that's where our operational ranges are, that's where all of our platforms are. In the middle, what we have done is reduce the most typically reported UAP characteristics to these fields. Mostly round, mostly 1 to 4 meters, white, silver, translucent, metallic, 10,000 to 30,000 feet, with apparent velocities from stationary to Mach 2. No thermal exhausts usually detected. We get intermittent radar returns, we get intermittent radio returns, and we get intermittent thermal signatures.
Look at that, our hot
That's what we're looking
Arizona.
for and trying to understand. So I'm going to walk you through 2 cases that we've declassified recently This first one is an MQ-9 in the Middle East, observing that blow-up, which is an apparent spherical object via EO sensors. Those are not IR. If you want to go ahead and click that and play it, you'll see it come through the top of the screen. There it goes, and then the camera will slew to follow it. You'll see it pop in and out of the field of view there. This is essentially all of the data we have associated with this event from some years ago. It is going to be virtually impossible to fully identify that just based off of that video. Now, what we can do and what we are doing is keeping that as part of that group of 52% to see what are the similarities, what are the trends across all of these, do we see these in a particular distribution, do they all behave the same or not? As we get more data, we will be able to go back and look at these in a fuller context. How are we going to get more data? We are working with the Joint Staff to issue guidance to all the services and commands that will then establish what are the reporting requirements, the timeliness, and all of the data that is required to be delivered to us and retained from all of the associated sensors. That historically hasn't been the case, and it's been happenstance that data has been collected. Next slide. This particular event, South Asia MQ-9, looking at another MQ-9, and what's highlighted there in that red circle is an object that flies through the screen. Unlike the previous one, this one actually shows some really interesting things that everyone thought was truly anomalous to start with. First of all, it's a high-speed object that's flying in the field of regard of two MQ-9s. Second, it appears to have this trail behind it. All right, which at first blush you would think that looks like a propulsion trail. In reality, if you want to play the first slide, we'll show you what that looks like in real time, our first video. So we're looking at that, there it goes. Why don't you play it again and then pause it halfway through, right there. All right, if you might be able to see that trail there behind it. That's actually not a real trail. That is a sensor artifact. Each one of those little blobs is actually a representation of the object as it's moving through. And later in the video, as the camera slews, that trail actually follows the direction of the camera, not the direction of the object. We pulled these apart frame by frame. We were able to demonstrate that that is essentially a readout overlap of the image. It's a shadow image, right? It's not real.
Motion blurry.
Further, if you later follow this all the way to end, it starts to resolve itself into that blob that's in that picture in the top left, right? And if you squint, it looks like an aircraft because it actually turns out to be an aircraft. Go ahead and put that on. So you'll see the tail sort of pop out there. And so what you're looking at is, this is in the infrared, this is the heat signature off of the engines of a commuter aircraft that happened to be flying in the vicinity of where those two MQ-9s were at. Why am I showing you this? So the first one that I showed you, we don't have resolved yet, right? That is an unresolved case we are still studying. This one we can resolve. But this is the kind of data that we have to work with and the type of analysis that we have to do, which can be quite extensive when you have to pull these apart frame by frame. Further, we're now matching all of this with the models of all of those imaging sensors so that I can say, I can recreate this. I can actually show how the sensor is going to respond. All of these sensors don't necessarily respond the way you think they do, especially out in the world and in the field. And I believe that's all I have, and I will open it up for your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kirkpatrick. Can you just give us some raw numbers of how many UAPs you've analyzed, how many have been resolved and sort of in what buckets, and then how many are still left to be resolved? Just an update from your January public report where it was 366 or something, and about 150 were balloons and about 24 were drones. You know, just give us an update if you have one.
Sure. So as of this week, we are tracking over a total of 650 cases. Now, the report in January basically said about half of the ones at that time, about 150, were likely balloon-like or something like that. That doesn't mean they're resolved.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so let me walk everyone through what our analytic process looks like. We have essentially a 5-step process, right? So we get our cases in with all the data. We create a case for that event. My team does a preliminary scrub of all of those cases as they come in, just to sort out, do we have any information that says this is in one of those likely categories? It's likely a balloon, it's likely a bird, it's likely some other object. Or we don't know. Then we prioritize those based off of where they are. Are they attached to a national security area? Does it show some anomalous phenomenology that is of interest? If it's just a spherical thing that's floating around with the wind and it has no payload on it, that's going to be less important than something that has a payload on it, which will be less important than something that's maneuvering, right? So there's sort of a hierarchy of just binning the priorities because we can't do all of them at once. Once we do that and we prioritize them, we take that package of data in that case, and I have set up 2 teams. Think of this as a red team, blue team, or a competitive analysis. I have an intelligence community team made up of intelligence analysts, and I have an S&T team made up of scientists and engineers and the people that actually build a lot of these sensors, or physicists, because, you know, if you're a physicist, you can do anything, right? But they're not associated with the intel community. They're not intel officers. So they look at this through the lens of the sensor, of what the data says. We give that package to both teams. The intelligence community is going to look at it through the lens of the intelligence record and what they assess, and their intel tradecraft, which they have very specific rules and regulations on how they do that. Scientific community, technical community is going to look at it through the lens of what is the data telling me? What is the sensor doing? What would I expect a sensor response to be? And back that out. Those 2 groups give us their answers. We then adjudicate. If they agree, then I am more likely to close that case if they agree on what it is. If they disagree, we will have an adjudication. We'll bring them together, we'll take a look at the differences, we'll adjudicate why do you say one thing and you say another. We will then come to a case recommendation. That'll get written up by my team. That then goes to a senior technical advisory group, which is outside of all of those people, made up of senior technical folks and intel analysts and operators from retired out of the community. And they essentially peer review what that case recommendation is. They write their recommendations. That comes back to me. I review it. We make a determination, and I'll sign off one way or the other. And then that will go out as the case determination. Once we have an approved web portal to hang the unclassified stuff, we will downgrade and declassify things and put it out there. In the meantime, we're putting a lot of these on our classified web portal, where we can then collaborate with the rest of the community so they can see what's going on. That's, in a nutshell, that is the process, right? So because of that, that takes time. So of those over 650, we've prioritized about half of them to be of anomalous, interesting value. And now we have to go through those and go, how much do I have actual data for? Because if all I have is a operator report that says I saw X, Y, or Z, my assessment is A, B, or C, that's not really sufficient. That's a good place to start.
All right. I'm expecting him to start asking for a whole bunch of money from the government so they can fund this little project of theirs.
But I have to have data. I have to have radar data, I have to have EO data, I have to have thermal data, I have to have overhead data, and we need to look at all that. Now, from a big picture perspective, I still have, that's all still very valuable data, and we're looking at applying a lot of things, new tools, analytic tools like natural language processing, so I can go across all of those reports and look for commonalities. How many of them are being described as round spherical objects that are maneuvering? How many of them are not maneuvering? How many of them seem to have a plume to it or note? That's also going to be very valuable to give us more of a global picture and a trends analysis of what are we seeing, and help us get to the determination. So go back to your question, ma'am. We have this next quarterly report will be coming out here pretty soon. Our next annual report, you all have given us, moved it up to June, July. We're going to be having that done about that time frame, and we will have we'll be combining a whole number of reports into that one. I think we're currently sitting at around, if I remember correctly, we're around 20 to 30-ish are about halfway through that analytic process. A handful of them have made it all the way out to the other side, gone through peer review. We've got case closure reports done and signed. We're going to get faster as we get more people on board and we get more of the community tools to automate some of the analysis that has to be done.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Kirkpatrick, the ODNI annual threat assessment states that China's space activities are designed to erode U.S. influence across military, technological, economic, and diplomatic spheres. Likewise, Russia will remain a key space competitor. In the course of your work, have you become aware of any Chinese or Russia technical advancements to surveil or attack U.S. interests?
So that's a great question. Part of what we have to do as we go through these, especially the ones that show signatures of advanced technical capabilities, is determine if there's a foreign nexus. Mm-hmm. That's really hard if what we observe doesn't have a Chinese or Russian flag on the side of it. Now, I think it is prudent to say of the cases that are showing some sort of advanced technical signature, of which we're talking single percentages of the entire population of cases we have. I am concerned about what that nexus is, and I have indicators that some are related to foreign capabilities. We have to investigate that with our IC partners, and as we get evidence to support that, that gets then handed off to the appropriate IC agency to investigate. Again, it becomes an SEP at that point.
Yeah, somebody else's problem.
Right.
Very good. Thank you. Yes. Is it possible that the Chinese or Russian advanced technologies could be causing some of these anomalous behaviors? And you said there seems to be some indicators. So just for us today, could you describe potential threat that might exist out there if they are foreign nexus?
In order to do this research appropriately, we have to also be cognizant of what is the state of the art in development across the S&T community. What are the DARPAs of the world doing? What's the horizon scanning of emerging technologies appropriate to this subcommittee, what is happening out there? And if somebody could accelerate that capability, how would that manifest itself and what would it look like? And do those signatures match what we're seeing? There are emerging capabilities out there that in many instances, Russia and China, well, China in particular, are on par or ahead of us in some areas. Right. So previously, I used to be the Defense Department's intelligence officer for science and technical intelligence. That was our job, was to look for what does all that look like. And then, you know, my last several years, of course, in Space Command doing space. The adversary is not waiting. They are advancing, and they're advancing quickly. If I were to put on some of my old hats, I would tell you they are less risk averse at technical advancement than we are. Right? They are just willing to try things and see if it works. Are there capabilities that could be employed against us in both an ISR and a weapons fashion? Absolutely. Do I have evidence that they're doing it in these cases? No, but I have concerning indicators.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that is why it's so important that you are working with the intelligence community as well, because you have the science, the data background, but you also need to know from various sources what adversaries may be working on. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Rose. Well, thank you, Chair Gillibrand, Ranking Member Ernst. This is a really important hearing. I'd like to thank you, Dr. Kirkpatrick, for your service to the country, and as a former systems analyst myself, I really appreciate your flow chart, the description of the process, and particularly the trends analysis going forward, how that's going to help us. And you talked about language, the large LLMs, the large language models, artificial intelligence. That's really going to help us in the hunt forward, predictive analysis, I think, to some of your point, what we're worried about. But
Yeah, if only I had stayed in the military, that would have been my job.
I want to focus on Nevada because I want to talk about the impact of UAPs on aviation safety. So when it comes to unidentified aerial phenomena, one of my first concerns is really about the safety of Nevada's military aviator. So we have airmen stationed at Nellis Air Force Base, naval aviators flying at Naval Air Station Fallon, and service members from across the world training at the Nevada Test and Training Range. I know you know all this. And unfortunately, the existence of advanced UAPs in the U.S. airspace and over U.S. military installations, not a new phenomenon. The Navy's officially acknowledged that between 2004 and 2021, 11 near misses occurred involving UAPs that required pilot action and follow-up reports. As a result, in 2019, the Navy established a protocol for pilots to report on their dangerous encounters. So could you speak to any ongoing efforts within DoD to ensure the safety of our aviators with a potential UAP encounter? And what's your relationship with NORTHCOM, NORAD, SpaceCom when it comes to this immediate real-time response and how they're right there in the moment, right?
Absolutely. That's a great question. So let me start with, my relationship with the commands are very good. I just came back from sitting down with General Van Herk and all the J staff out at NORTHCOM a couple weeks ago, talking through exactly what we need to do to help them get their arms around this. We are also working very closely with Joint Staff, and the Joint Staff has just been very outstanding in helping work through policy and guidance issues to the forces and to the services. And I would like to just make sure that we message back to all of the operators the importance of their reporting and the fact that you're about to get a bunch of new requirements that we're issuing through the Joint Staff on all of the data that we're going to need you to save and report back to us. It is invaluable, and we are working to try to take the most advantage of that to learn what it is that we're trying to mitigate. To get directly to your question, first thing that we're doing is normalizing our reporting, right? We're standardizing our reporting and the requirements associated with that. Guidance from the Joint Staff, I think, goes out maybe this week, maybe next week, that we've been working with them for some months that does exactly what I just said. It gives them timelines, it gives them requirements, it gives them, here's all the data you have to have, and you got to retain it. The next thing that comes after that is a plan org that will go out to the commands for mitigation and response. So there's a couple of things that we have to do. One, I need to work with the commands and with the IC and with our outside of our DoD and IC partners to extend our collection posture targeted at some of these key areas that you saw on that heat map that have a lot of activity, so that we can turn on extra collection when an operator sees something. So part of this is generating as a response function, what we call a tactic, technique, and procedure for an operator. When he sees something, calls back to the operations floor, they can turn on additional collection. What does that collection look like? How do I bring all that together so I can get more data on what is that thing?
Can I ask really quickly,
Sure.
do you have the authorities you need to extend your collection posture between agencies or branches of the military? Because that seems to me to maybe be a sticking point. I know my time's just about up. I'd love to follow up about your risk management methodologies for some of these, but do you need any authorities that you don't have to get the data?
There are some authorities that we need. We currently are operating under Title X authorities, but we have good relationships across the other agencies, but having additional authorities for collection, tasking, counterintelligence,
That's something.
those are all things that would be helpful, yes.
Thank you.
To follow up, Dr. Kirkpatrick, will you help us write that language so we can put it in the defense bill this year so that we know what authorities you need?
We can do that.
Thank you. We're going to start second round, so if you want to stay, you can ask another round. I have at least 3 more questions, so. Do you want to go right now, so you, in case you have to leave? Oh, I could. I do. Yeah, go ahead. Go.
Do that, that would be great. I'm going to stay on the drones issue because obviously we also have Creech Air Force Base. We talked about those reefers.
I gotta turn your
Spy
microphone
balloon.
on.
It did cross through the U.S. airspace, shot down by a Sidewinder missile fired from an F-22. Sidewinders cost us close to $500,000 each. So, given the cost of these missiles, the cost per flight, all of these other things, like I said, follow up on the authorities, your methodologies, the data collection, they can help us in other ways. But how do you think we can develop a sustainable, affordable response to UAPs where we need to, that will definitely violate our airspace, definitely violate our airspace every chance that they can get, because there are adversaries, they want this information. So what do you think some cost-effective measures might be that we can get what we need out of that or take them down, whatever's appropriate, whatever the appropriate measure is, let's put it that way.
So that is actually wrapped into the plan org that we're working with Joint Staff to send out. What do the commands need from both a capabilities perspective for kinetic and non-kinetic engagements? What are the response functions of the particular wings or Navy, what have you? And then what authorities do they need? Right. So one of the challenges that we've seen is there's an authorities issues with the owners, operators of those ranges that they need to work through, and we're working that with Joint Staff and OSD. So big picture, we need to do all that. If you want to get down to the specifics there are non-kinetic options to engage pretty much everything, right? Whether it's electronic warfare, whether it's laser technology.
That's where this data
That's
having
right.
the good data collection, predictive
Correct.
analytics, you can make some assumptions on possibilities.
That's right, and we will inform recommendations back to the department on here's what could work, here's what we've seen work, here's what doesn't work.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to just talk a little bit about your logistics, who you report to, how that's going, whether you need different reporting lines. By congressional legislation, your office is administratively located with the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, but you're not substantively subordinate to the Undersecretary. Rather, you are a direct report to the Deputy Secretary. Are you taking direction directly from the Deputy Secretary? Are you able to meet and brief the Deputy Secretary? Is the Office of USD INS working with you to have the right framework?
So USD INS, I currently report to USD INS until they come up with the plan for how they're going to implement legislation. DoD and DNI are working through that now. I'd have to refer you back to USD INS on what their plan is.
Do I need to update your reporting structure in the next defense bill, or is this something that you think will work its way out, or does it need further clarity?
I think they're planning on coming back to you with an answer on what that plan is, and I think at that time that will inform what you want to do.
Okay, thank you. As you know, Dr. Kirkpatrick, Congress has mandated that your office establish a discoverable and accessible electronic method for potential witnesses of UAP incidents and potential participants in government UAP-related activities to contact your office and tell their stories. Congress also set up a process whereby people subject to non-disclosure agreements, preventing them from disclosing what they may have witnessed or participated in, could tell you what they know without risk of retribution from or violation of their NDAs. Have you submitted a public-facing website product for approval to your superiors, and how long has it been under review?
I have. We submitted the first version of that before Christmas.
And do you have an estimate from them when they will respond and when you'll have feedback on that?
No, I don't.
Okay. We will author a letter asking for that timely response to your superiors. When do you expect that you will establish a public-facing, discoverable, and access portal for people to use to contact your office as the law requires?
So I would like to first say thank you all very much for referring the witnesses that you have thus far to us. I appreciate that. We've brought in nearly 24 so far. It's been very helpful. I'd ask that you continue to do that until we have an approved plan. We have a multi-phased approach for doing that we've been socializing and have submitted for approval sometime. Once that happens, then we should be able to push all that out and get this a little more automated.
Great.
What I would ask, though, is as you all continue to refer to us and refer witnesses to us, I'd appreciate if you do that. Please try to prioritize the ones that you want to do, because we do have a small research staff dealing with that.
Thank you. And then do you have any plans for public engagement that you want to share now that you think it's important that the public knows what the plan is?
So we have a number of public engagement recommendations according to our strategic plan. All of those have been submitted for approval. They have to be approved by USD INS. We are waiting for approval to go do that.
Okay, I will follow up on that. And then my last question is about the integration of departments' UAP operations, research analysis, and strategic communications. During the recent UAP incidents over North America, it didn't appear that you were allowed to play that role. Do you agree that the public perception is generally that you and your office did not appear to play a major role in the department's response to the detection of objects over North America? What can you tell us that's going on behind the scenes from your perspective? And in the after-action assessment process, is there awareness that there is a need to operate differently in the future and a commitment to doing so?
When the objects were first detected, I got called by Joint Staff Leadership to come in late one night to review events as they were unfolding and to give them an assessment based on what we knew at that time. I did that, worked with the Director of Joint Staff, the J2 and the J3 that night and over the couple of following days on what are the types of things that we are tracking from an unidentified object perspective, what databases do we use, those sorts of things for known objects, known tracking.
Oh my God, they're so good. Oh my.
Response, I would have to refer you back to the White House for the decision on how they did the response. We did not play a role in what you would respond, other than that initial, advice on what we are seeing and how we are seeing it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Kirkpatrick, I know that your office has gotten a lot of attention recently, and of course, any new agency, there tends to be a push to increase size and funding. We want to make sure that you're able to meet your goals, but what I also need to ensure is that we're not duplicating or replicating existing functions and creating redundancy within DoD and the interagency. So what steps are you taking right now to make sure that your particular office and function is unique to any of the other agencies that might be involved in these types of cases?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would like to lay down, here's what am I, sort of my mission and my goal and my vision here. So the vision is at some point in the future, you should not need an arrow. If I'm successful in what I'm doing, we should be able to normalize everything that we're doing into existing processes, functions, agencies, and organizations, and make that part of their mission and their role. Right now, the niche that we form is really going after the unknowns. I think you articulated it early on, this is a hunt mission for what might somebody be doing in our backyard that we don't know about. All right, well, that is what we are doing, right? But at some point, we should be able to normalize that. That's why it's so important, the work we're doing with joint staff, to normalize that into DoD policy and guidance. We are bringing in all of our interagency partners. So NASA is providing a liaison for us. I have FBI liaison, I have OSI liaison, I have service liaisons. Half of my staff come from the IC, half of my staff come from other scientific and technical backgrounds. I have DOE, and so what we're trying to do is ensure, again, as I make UAP into SEP, they get handed off to the people that is their mission to go do, so that we aren't duplicating that. I'm not going to go chase the Chinese high-altitude balloon, for example. That's not my job. It's not an unknown, and it's not anomalous anymore. Now it goes over to them. Right.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I wanted just to follow up on the filters for surveillance. Outside observers have speculated that DoD sets filters on certain sensors to eliminate objects that are moving really fast or slow, because what we are looking for militarily are conventional aircraft and missiles. UAP that doesn't fit into these programs would thereby be weeded out and never noticed. This speculation was proven to be true during the UAP incidents over North America, where DoD publicly acknowledged that we were able to start seeing these UAPs only when we opened up these filters. Obviously, our military operators cannot be overloaded with objects that are not conventional aircraft or missiles. Can you nonetheless make sure that the raw data is being captured and subsequently processed, so that your office knows what's really out there? And is that going to cost money? Will you expect to pay for that money out of Aero's budget?
One of the key tenets that we're trying to do in our science plan is understand what those signatures are. So we get all the raw, for example, radar data prior to the scrubbing and filtering to allow it to enter into our weapon systems and our detection systems. We are now taking all that data and cross-correlating it to what pilots are saying they're seeing or other observations.
Yeah, I used to make those filters.
other operators. What that allows us to do is then see if there are any signatures in that data that I can pull out, generate what we'll call automatic target recognition algorithms that allow us to then use that signature associated with a observed UAP, whatever that UAP may be. We will then make those recommendations of what those changes should be back to the department. So the Deputy Secretary had asked me last October to make those recommendations. What changes do we need to make to radars, to platforms, to detection systems and algorithms to pull on those algorithms and make those changes? That's going to take some time. That's where the research and development comes in, right? It's not instantaneous. Right now, a lot of the, I won't say, a lot of the things that fall outside of the ranges of those filters have been identified by people in the loop, and you can't have people in the loop all the time. It's just not cost effective. So part of our budget is working through what does that look like, and then making those recommendations back to the big program offices for them to put into changes in acquisition.
My last question is about the academic community. Can you give us an update on sort of how you collaborate with the academic community and whether how the independent study being done by NASA complements ARRO's work?
Sure. Two questions, so I'm going to try to make it quick. In 1979, Carl Sagan said, "Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence." I would go one step further, and I would say extraordinary claims require not only extraordinary evidence, but extraordinary science. And so how do you do that? You do that with the scientific method, right? And so as ARRO is developing and implementing its science plan, it has to do so grounded in a solid foundation of scientific theory across the entire range of hypotheses that have been presented for what UAP are. That range spans adversary breakthrough technology on one hand, known objects and phenomena in the middle, all the way to the extreme theories of extraterrestrials. All of that has physics-based signatures associated with it, whether it's theoretical from the academic community, known from things like hypersonic weapons, or adversary breakthrough technologies, as we've talked about before, or the known objects that we have to go measure. The idea is across that entire range, you have to come up with peer-reviewed scientific basis for all of it. The academic community plays a very big role on the one end of the spectrum, the intelligence community on the other end of the spectrum, and then measurement in the middle. Once I have those signatures identified in validated, peer-reviewed documents, then I have something to point to for all that data. Because all that data is going to match one of those signatures, right? And then I can go, well, it's that and not that, or it's that. And that helps us go through all that. Where NASA comes in and the study that they're doing, which I'm supporting, is really looking at the unclassified data sources that might be used to augment our classified data sources to understand if there's a signature there we can pull on. So very similar to the radars, but civil capabilities. So for example, we have a lot of climate science satellites, for example, that look at Earth. Lots of them. How many of those is the data valuable in seeing these kinds of objects? The challenge in that is those platforms don't necessarily have the resolution you need. So if you remember the slide I put up there with the trends, the size of the objects we're looking for are typically reported to be 1 to 4 meters. Well, the resolution of many of the climate science civil satellites is much larger than that, which means you'd have a hard time picking out something that's smaller than a pixel on the imagery on the data. That's not to say all of it's not useful, and there are ways of pulling through that data and going through. That is what NASA is focused on right now. So what are some other data sources that could be used? In addition, things like open source and crowdsourcing of data. We're exploring public-private partnerships, ma'am, as you know, we've talked about in the past, to look at, is there a way to smartly crowdsource additional data that might be useful to augment some of my classified sources?
First, I'd like to thank our witness, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, for testifying here and in today's earlier closed session, and for his long and distinguished career, both in the intelligence community and in the Department of Defense. Dr. Kirkpatrick is the director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO. Congress established this office in law to get to the bottom of the very serious problem of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or UAP. Dr. Kirkpatrick has a very difficult mission. While we have made progress, there remains a stigma attached to these phenomenon. There is a vast and complex citizen engagement, and there's also very challenging scientific and technical hurdles. So we appreciate the willingness of Dr. Kirkpatrick to lean in on this issue and the work that he has accomplished thus far. And we look forward to both his opening statement and his presentation of examples of the work AARO has done. In late 2017, media reports surfaced about activities set in motion by the late long-serving Majority Leader Senator Harry Reid more than a decade ago. We learned that there was strong evidence of advanced technology reflected in the features and performance characteristics of many objects observed by our highly trained service members operating top-of-the-line military equipment. We learned that for the past 8 years, military pilots frequently encountered unknown objects in controlled airspace off both the east and west coasts across the continental United States in test and training areas and ranges. We don't know where they come from, who made them, or how they operate. As former Deputy Secretary of Defense David Norquist observed, had any of these objects had the label made in China, there would be an uproar in the government and media. There would be no stone unturned and no effort spared to find out what we were dealing with. We can look at the recent incursion of the unidentified PRC high-altitude balloon as an example. But because of the UFO stigma, the response has been irresponsibly anemic and slow. Congress established AARO. We made it clear that we expect vigorous action. We added very substantial initial funding for the office, but despite our best efforts, the President's budget for fiscal years 23 and 24 requested only enough funding to defray the operating expenses of AARO. It included almost no funds to sustain the critical research and development necessary to support a serious investigation. It took a letter to Secretary Austin from Senator Rubio and me and 14 other senators to get the office temporary relief for the current fiscal year. In this hearing, I intend to probe a series of specific issues. In the recent incidents where multiple objects were shot down over North America, it seemed that Pentagon leadership did not turn to AARO office to play a leading role in advising the combatant commander. We need to know whether this will continue. We need to know whether the leadership in DoD will bring AARO into the decision-making process in a visible way, and we need to know what role AARO will play in interagency coordination after the NSC working group disbands. In the fiscal year 2023 National Defense and Intelligence Authorization Acts, Congress established a direct reporting chain from the AARO Director to the Deputy Secretary of Defense. The role of the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security is limited to providing administrative support. We need to know how this direction is being implemented. UAP are frequently observed flying in extremely high or very low speeds and come in various sizes and shapes. During the recent shootdowns over North America, DoD disclosed that filters on radar systems were adjusted to allow for detection and tracking of diverse sets of objects for the first time. While opening the aperture can overload the real-time analytic process, we cannot keep turning a blind eye to surveillance data that is critical to detecting and tracking UAP. We need to know whether Dr. Kirkpatrick can achieve the necessary control over sensor filters and the storage and access to raw surveillance data to find UAP anomalies. Finally, one of the tasks Congress set for AARO is serving as an open door for witnesses of UAP events or participants in government activities related to UAPs to come forward securely and disclose what they know without fear of retribution for any possible violations of previously signed non-disclosure agreements. Congress mandated that AARO set up a publicly discoverable and accessible process for safe disclosure. While we know that AARO has already conducted a significant number of interviews, many referred by Congress, we need to set up a public process and we need to know where that effort stands. With that, I'd like to turn to Senator Ernst for her opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Kirkpatrick, for your testimony today. I'll keep these remarks very brief so that we have maximum time for your briefing. The recent downing of the Chinese surveillance balloon and 3 other objects underscores the need for domain awareness. Adversaries like China and Russia are working to hold U.S. interests, including our homeland, at risk. That's why your testimony is so important. And I so look forward to a progress update on the establishment of your office. As members know, your office evolved from the Navy-led Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force to the All-Domain Anomalous Resolution Office, known as AARO. Dr. Kirkpatrick, your extensive background in science and technology, research and development, and space makes you well-suited to discuss these emerging challenges. My priority is that we understand the full range of threats posed by our adversaries in all domains. That is what the Joint Force needs to be prepared to fight and win in defense of our nation. This committee needs to know about Chinese or Russian advanced technology programs to exploit our vulnerabilities, and it needs to know whether your office, along with the IC, has detected potential Chinese or Russian capabilities to surveil or attack us. Finally, we need to ensure efficient interagency coordination. Multiple elements of the DoD and IC own a piece of this mission. To add value, AARO's efforts cannot be redundant with others. Thank you again. We look forward to your testimony.
Dr. Kirkpatrick, you can give your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Gillibrand, Ranking Member Ernst, distinguished members of the subcommittee. It's a privilege to be here today to testify on the defense's efforts to address unidentified anomalous phenomena.
That's enough of that. Turn my microphone back up a little. I actually have another video I would like to check out of another stream that I watch quite a bit called P&K. This guy does pretty similar stuff to me, but he does mostly moon streams and does a few weather streams. Holy cow, that was loud. So, this is his shot of a UFO. And, I'm going to turn him down a little. In fact, I'll just mute his video, that way I can hear myself. Yeah, this is his stream the other night. He was watching the moon and he had a pretty interesting object fly by. It's actually not going to fly in a straight line. It's going to start going all over the place here in a minute. So the fact that it did not go in a straight line, that means that's not a satellite. Whatever happened to the zoom button on this? In fact, it actually stopped right there and starts going back the other way. This is a round object, so I'm thinking this could be weather balloon. Weather balloons can do that, especially if they have, you know, any kind of thrusters or anything to maneuver them. So yeah, we could be looking at an alien right now. We could be looking at another Chinese spy balloon way up there. Depending on how high in the atmosphere it is, it should be a fairly large object, or it could be, you know, if it's at low altitude, it's going to be pretty small. It actually looks like it changed shape there for a little bit. It looks like it's possibly rotating. Way out of focus. Guess that's at high speed. It's definitely not a straight line. Yeah, I don't know. This could be a bug on the telescope. You would think that a bug wouldn't be in focus, but if it's like on the end, if it's close to the center, not on the mirror, or I think he's using a refractor anyhow. But if it was actually on his camera sensor crawling around, that would definitely be sharp. Must have sped it up even more. Oh yeah. Look at the clock ticking. So it goes in, makes a U-turn, and goes back out. If a weather balloon was ascending or descending through the atmosphere and caught winds blowing in different directions, it could do that. Sometimes they use that just to steer a weather balloon. For all we know, that could be a hot air balloon. It could just be somebody out there enjoying the nighttime in a hot air balloon at 30,000 feet with some oxygen tanks. I would like to analyze this video and figure out what exactly his pixel scale is. Then if we could, estimate the size of this object, say if we were going to call it a 50-foot wide object, if we have the pixel scale, we could then know the distance of it if it were a 50-foot object. Or if it were a 500-foot wide object, it would be, we could somewhat figure out the distance if we knew the actual size of the object. But that would require actually knowing what the object is. Theoretically, we could figure the size of a normal weather balloon, which I think they're normally about 50 to 100 feet wide. I mean, sometimes probably bigger than that. Then we could figure out if this is actually in that range of a weather balloon. So far, satellites don't make 180-degree turns. That's true. Space junk does not make 180-degree turns. Well, that's definitely true. It's not a bug on the lens or on the telescope. Local features tell us that. I might have to debate that a little. It doesn't look, because I'm not seeing any legs or anything like that, so it's round. I don't think it is a bug. Unless it was a ladybug. Yep, I found that shot to be pretty interesting. It is most likely a weather balloon, but he could actually confirm that by, I'm sure there's ways to figure out, weather balloons. They're all being tracked. They normally have transponders and stuff, so they're normally emitting some kind of data. Technically, if you had a radio telescope, you could have pointed that at it, and it would have been loud as could be. Alright, we're almost to 40 exposures. Not quite 40, because the first couple were not very good, so we junked those while we were waiting for it to get dark. So I might stack some of these here in a little bit, right before I go to bed, because I do eventually have to go to bed. I gotta get up and go to work tomorrow, so I can spend more money on expensive telescopes. So the images that I added from the stacker here, those are from the 28th and 29th. This was a bright moon night. There was about, I think there was over 50% moon. So, and the moon was pretty close. So the frames that we're going to add to this from here, from tonight, are going to be quite a bit better scoring. The moon hasn't even risen yet, so there's no moon in the sky right now. And for the past 3 minutes, I've been talking to a muted mic. I was explaining that I took this with my Celestron 5 SE. This image is at 1300 millimeters of focal length, if you add in the crop factor. While this image we're taking tonight is at 360 millimeters of focal length. And you can see that difference here by this box that represents the image size. This is the SharpStar 130 telescope. This is the Celestron 5 SE. Celestron is more suited for smaller targets, things like this, or like this image. Took that image the other night. That's M20, the Trifid Nebula. Here's what it looks like in Stellarium. I think I did a better job than that. Did I thumbs down? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's another one. 5. Okay, so we got 40 frames. Let's go ahead and add those to our stack and get this, do a quick process on it. Nice when you thumbs down on those, it puts bad in front of the file name so that it moves all of those files down to the end and you can separate them. Register those pictures. Actually, I'm going to put the dark files in here first. And we'll see how that score compares between over 60%, or about a 60% moon compared to no moon. Let's look at the sky background, really dark background there, and those are all from tonight. So it looks like we got all good data in there. Let's see how far off these are from each other in degrees. Actually, that's meridian flip. We're up to 5 hours and 57 minutes, almost 6 hours. We are at the point where the telescope decides to flip over to the other side so that the telescope and camera and everything does not run into the it doesn't run into the tripod. This processor usage is slowing down my stream a little bit. YouTube's giving me some warnings and errors. looks like both of our night's images have lined up pretty well. We haven't lost too much data on the edges there. Alright, here's where we find out. Oh, it's still just barely there. I might have to do some work with this better editor and work with this in Serial. I also plan on getting PixInsight before this project is done, because that's going to help me out tremendously. Got this a bit overstretched. Man, that is barely picking it up still. just gonna keep on plugging away until until that nebula shows up, which is likely going to take quite a bit more exposure. Probably several more nights of this. But that's part of this hobby. It's gonna take dedication to pull out these very faint nebula. I mean, I do have the telescope to do it. It is a f2.8 focal ratio, so I can acquire the data fast enough for it. It's not going to look like this until we get all the O3 data, all the HA data, and all of the color data. So all three filters, right now we're still working on this first one. And we'll be working on this one until we can start seeing this. Falls did it in 11 hours. I'm currently at 6 hours, about half the time. He does have a much higher quality camera than I do, and it is monochrome. You can see because he's using red, blue, and green filters. And my camera is a color camera, so So this is what it looks like when you mix those three different types of data together, the hydrogen alpha O3 and the full color data. These was taken with all three of those filters. However, this is a much brighter object and a brighter nebula. So this is only, I think, 5 or 6 hours worth of data total between all three of the filters. I actually got to redo that image because the star shapes did not turn out like I wanted, because for the color data of collecting these stars right here, the collimation was off. You can see the stars were kind of weird half moon shape looking. this whole project could also end up being a failure because it may not be possible to do this with a color camera. I've not tried to do an 03 target this stem before with a color camera. I know it would definitely turn out a lot better with a monochrome camera, for sure. I'm actually going to stop this for a second because I just noticed my focus looks like it bumped out a little bit. My guiding is looking okay, so that's not it. 2. It's doing autofocus. Does seem to be cooling down tonight. I think the weatherman said it was going to be 65 degrees tonight. Or down in the mid or low 60s. Let's see, 18 degrees Celsius. Wonder if I can change that. Looks like they're going to stick me in the metric system. Yeah, that focus changed quite a bit. And back to imaging. picking up some backlash with it flipping. Hey Ray, how you doing, man? I was just about to go to bed almost. I'm working on my M24 Brave Falls project. I'm gonna try to collect as much O3 data on M24 as I can. It's probably gonna take me a little bit more data than what Brave Falls got because of his he's got a better camera and he's running monochrome and I'm running color, so. Yep, not a super interesting stream tonight, but this is a stream nonetheless. We looked at some alien videos and watched the briefing of the Pentagon talking about all the UFO stuff they're doing. Yeah, it's been crazy hot out there. It's been extremely humid over here. We've had nothing but thunderstorms and clouds for the past week. Luckily, I got tonight and tomorrow night are clear skies. So I'm spending the entire 2 nights collecting HA data or O3 data. I just did process the stack of this about 20 minutes ago in the video. It was 6 hours worth of data, and you can't even make it out yet. I mean, it's barely there. That's his image of it, and yeah, I can't mouse over that, can I? But those little streaks of lightning should be coming from this area here. Yeah, I think it's probably gonna take me, I'm guessing somewhere between 12 and 24 hours of this data to be able to see that. And I don't think it's not gonna turn out nearly as good as his, of course. I don't have the resolution for that, but I'm also working with a 5-inch scope, so. Of course, he did his with a refractor, so his was only, I think, yeah, he had a 106 millimeter. Takahashi, very high-end scope. And he had a reducer on it as well. So focal length with this reducer, he's about 300 millimeters. He's got about the same focal length as I have, but I got a much smaller sensor, so I'm not utilizing the whole image circle. put a short out today, and YouTube decided to show it to nobody. They absolutely showed it to 0 people in the first hour. It currently still has no views. How is that? Yeah, I went from getting 800 views in the first hour to getting nothing. I would get 10 subscribers almost on some of these shorts that I posted. I guess I gotta view it myself. I like myself too. I broke out the Celestron 5 SE for some of these images the other night that I took on a live stream. There's the first couple of hours of this project we're on now. So basically, if you put out a bunch of shorts, if you're a brand new channel, they're going to show it to a lot of people because you don't have any statistics yet. But once I started building up statistics, and 90% of the viewers that viewed it only viewed about, 20 to 30% of it, then they basically cut you off. I go back down where I started, one of my, some of my better shorts that I had. This guy in the first hour, first 2 days, first day, 850. And continue to get views. Drop today. So this is like my typical range right here, and they just they completely cut it off, because if you go back and watch see the ones that I did get views on, if we look at engagement, average view duration 20 seconds. Let's see, how long was this? Yeah, 40% only. yeah, most of it comes down to the, the view. Um, but regardless, the people who did view it and liked it, they subscribed. I got 17 subscribers on that one short. If I were to continue, if they were to continue to show my videos, I would keep gaining subscribers. And so, let's see, the past one, two, five, yeah, the past 5 videos, they really haven't shown in the, shown and fed. They showed that one 771 times. Eventually, I mean, it'll pick up and it'll get views, but it's only gonna get like maybe 3 or 4 views a day. Yeah, it's not easy, that's for sure. Not with YouTube's algorithm lately, and their algorithm's been getting worse and worse. And people don't want to see this kind of stuff on the net very much, or astrophotographers don't watch a lot of YouTube, I guess. I've seen even some of the bigger, astronomy channels like Astro Backyard and stuff. He's starting to slow down a little bit too. But I'm gonna branch out and start streaming on multiple platforms at once. So I'm gonna jump on Rumble. I'm probably gonna jump on Facebook. I don't know if Twitter does live now or not. I don't think Twitter does live. I gotta up my game a little bit in the production value as well. Streams like this one tonight, this is kind of boring for most people. They're gonna come in, watch for about a minute or two, and then they're gone unless I'm doing something pretty interesting. If the streams where I'm live stacking, like my last stream, was pretty. I considered that a pretty good production value because I was hopping between targets pretty quickly. I think my best live stream was the one where I hit 11 different targets in one night. Yeah, that one got 48 views. But I've had some of my live streams, the people are going back and watching them because some of them I got like 60 or 70 views on. I'm definitely gonna dive into some of that shortly when I get some more free time at hand. Right now, I'm piled up at work. This is our busy season for appliance repair. Everybody is breaking their appliances right now. But the good thing is I'm making lots of money. I had to fix a stupid Samsung double oven today. The only thing wrong with it is that it would give an error code after you're done cooking. And the error code was relating to the main board overheating. Well, it's a double oven and it has two main boards. The error code does not specify which one of the two main boards it is. And so I called Samsung Tech to see if they could remote into it and tell me which one it is, and well, they couldn't do that either. So their recommendation is to just change both of them. They're $350 a piece. So did that repair. It was a little over $1,000 repair for a double oven. So my commission gets me $250 of that. Yeah, it is. But it's a OBS is messing with me. It's a $5,000 oven, so one fifth of the value of the appliance is not too bad, considering the average heating element in like a Samsung dryer runs about $450 to $500. And you can pick up one of those dryers now for about $800-900. The friggin' appliance companies have made the parts. They've jacked the price of the parts through the roof because they want to sell more appliances. They don't want you to fix it. What I love in the appliance repair is when I come across $15,000 to $20,000, DCS range, or a Wolf or a Viking. Anytime you walk into any of those high-end appliances, you know it's gonna be $1,000 repair. Yeah, the cheaper ones are, they're throwaway appliances. You definitely don't want to bother with fixing them, that's for sure. GE's got the cheapest appliances out there, but, you would have to buy 3 of them to compare it to something like a Bosch. I think the GE dishwasher is my most worked on appliance. Yeah, 5 years is not. That's not long, man. Appliances used to last 20 years. You know, there's companies out there like Speed Queen for laundry. You know, they've got models that they put a full 10-year warranty on, full labor, parts, everything. But they haven't changed, you know, much about their design of their washer since the 1950s, aside from the motor and the electronic controls. If you buy a Samsung front load washer, you have about a 20% chance of it completely exploding within the first 10 years. They've literally, when the bearing breaks on that front load and it's spinning at full speed, it literally explodes. It grenades. Doesn't happen very often, but most of the time it breaks and it just locks up. But on occasion, that motor's got enough power that it just destroys everything. The GE front loader is not too bad. Top loaders are the worst nowadays because they're all designed the same and they have really weak suspension and they get out of balance really quick. I remember the 1970s Kenmore. My dad owned an appliance business and he taught me the trade. Well, we put two Chevy small block cylinder heads inside of a Kenmore wash machine once and spun it at full speed. And it didn't stop it. It spun them. Yeah, me and my dad did some crazy stuff with appliances before. Uh, we had a race down the Tennessee River in some side-by-side refrigerators. Those things make excellent boats. You just take the doors off and strip all the heavy stuff out of it. They float pretty good. Yeah, that would be a pretty good idea. Hell, now that I think about it, that's probably a good way to start, like a John boat build or something. Get a small top mount refrigerator, then use the freezer compartment as a live well and a cooler. That would be so fitting for here in Alabama. Now that you mention that, I think I might do that. Wouldn't that be the shit to go into the registration office and be like, I gotta register my refrigerator boat? You know what? I just realized, crap, my stream's probably gonna start late tomorrow. I gotta go to a company outing. We're all going to Top Golf driving range. Free entertainment and free beer on the boss. This is the beginning of it the other day, where I actually mixed the O3 data that I had in with some full color. It was stretched out to the max. You can barely see it. Yeah, I'm fixing to hit the bed as well, and I'm gonna just cut the stream off and head to bed. 6 o'clock comes early. It's in about 5 hours. And I just chewed up a bunch of melatonin gummies about 30 minutes ago, so I'm about to fall asleep on my keyboard. Yeah, I do have a link to the Discord server in the description now. So if you want to throw some images on there or whatever, we can show those off in the next streams. Hit my username. Yeah, I'll do that later. All right, you have a good night, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, if you click on the link, it'll just add it on underneath of his. Yeah, you can definitely join a whole bunch of different, as many servers as you want. No, it'll just show up on this bar right here. So yeah, you can just pretty much join out of any of these servers are just open, a lot of them. Yeah, the link is on my channel. It should be in the description of this video as well. Alright, man, you have a great night. I'll be on tomorrow night if you're around. Probably gonna be around 9:30, 10 o'clock starting time. With that, I'm just going to go ahead and end my stream and go to bed. Thank you guys for stopping by. Thanks for the likes. And have a great night and clear skies.